What's up? What's up? Long time no see. First, let's, as usual, adjust the camera. Right. Then, let's check the audio. How is the audio on Twitch? On Twitch, it is wonderful. How about on YouTube? Okay, on YouTube it is wonderful as well. Hi! Hi, how are you doing this lovely Sunday morning? I'm doing quite alright. Today we're gonna have a stream dedicated to the topic that both personally and professionally I haven't touched on long time, which is vehicles, arcade moving vehicles, etc. My name is Ado. On a daily basis I work as a gameplay programmer, and today's stream will be more exploration of Mover 2.0. Isam75 asked me like couple of streams ago, long streams ago, long time ago, with on the stream, he asked me about, hey, you're exploring Mover 2.0, have you thought about using it for any kind of vehicle simulation? And I was thinking, well, I haven't really considered it, but since Epic kinda said that Mover is supposed to be pawn agnostic, which means it shouldn't only work on cars, why not try that, right? And I was thinking, would I go for like super realistic physics simulation? Not really, because I would have to either integrate with the chaos, and that's not what it's about. It's about using Mover, right? Its properties to move some mesh and make arcadey feeling of driving that way, right? So let's try to do this. I'm not sure if it will happen or not. I saw that pre-stream Isam75, who inspired today's stream, left some comments. Let's read them on YouTube. Hi, please consider these two other options for Kart custom vehicle. Actually, I have done some researches and found these other two very interesting. Network physics component and the 5.5 modular vehicles. Both are designed for multiplayer, client prediction, and custom physics movement. Not completely sure for the last option about the custom physics, however, but I think you can override the physics logics and the calculation in modular vehicles, something that you can't with the old Chaos vehicle system. Okay, so what Isam75 is talking about is something actually even more advanced than what we might try today, because today I want to use only Mover nodes and Mover code to try achieve some sort of kart, arcade kart movement of a pawn. But actually Isam75, you might inspired me to go, you know, in the future stream for modular vehicles, because I haven't heard about those. And I wonder what does that mean. So once again, you might inspired some stream dedicated just to deep diving into modular vehicles, right? So I created the project Chaos Vehicle, the one from the Epic's launcher, right? And I really only created it not just for comparison, just to use models that they have there, right? So first thing first, we will create a new level. It can be basic level, whatever. And we will just be using, or maybe open world. Why not, actually? New level, open world. Yeah, let's drive on a way bigger level, right? Because why not? Yeah, so I was doing a little bit of thinking, and maybe let's first summarize the way I will go about it on today's stream. Modular vehicle might come in the future, Isam75, if you're watching it on VOD. Because today I want to concentrate just purely on mover. But there are two ways of replicating the movement with the mover. It is regular network. Oh my god, what was its name? I forgot. There was like one liaison and then there's physics liaison. We will see if we can first do it with one, and then if we can just flip the switch and see if it will be replicated by chaos replication. But basically, what is the main idea for kart movement, right? It's supposed to be very simple and very arcadey, right? I'm already writing velocity. Kart movement, really. That's how. Movement, right? Well, first we gotta calculate velocity of our actor, right? And there are a couple of ways you could go about it, but in general, most of them, when you are doing like really simple, as simple as it gets, how you do it is your velocity for given frame is your current velocity plus your what I would call final acceleration times, of course, your delta time, right? And what is this final acceleration? Maybe I should have write this as this, so it won't be confused with the dot product. The final acceleration here is where you can put everything you kind of want to design for your kart game, right? First of all, of course, it's your input, it's your throttle, right? When you press right trigger on your gamepad, it should start the engine and your acceleration should increase until some maximum level, right? Yeah, and at some point it should just stop accelerating via vehicle, via engine, right? Then you could take into the account friction, right? Less friction, you probably could, you know, be a little faster. More friction, you should decrease your acceleration a little bit, right? Lots of kart games are considering drift mechanics, right? So drifting can put you in a state when your acceleration once again boosts, right? Of course, all the power-ups, ramps, etc., right? Power-ups, some combos, I don't know, killing another enemy or bumping into enemy, etc., etc. All of those things are really can really affect final acceleration. That's how I will go about it. I know that you can just then do something with the regular velocity, right? But I'd rather keep it neat and simple. The final acceleration will be calculated through those things, and then the velocity will be calculated, and then of course will be clamped between the maximum value of what car can achieve. So it will be your current velocity between 0 and max velocity you can have, right? Or max speed, I would say. And the way we will be applying it, we'll be thinking mostly in the local space, and we will be using the forward as our means, forward vector as our means to move our kart around, right? That's one way of one thing, but of course we also have turning and steering, right? So we need to, another big thing is of course, your rotation, right? That's another thing. And once again, I want to keep it as simple as possible. As arcadey and as simple as possible. So our rotation for the current moment is our final rotation rate, of course, times delta, right? This is our rotation for a given frame. And once again, the final rotation rate can be affected by lots of things. Of course, input, right? Of course, input. When we are moving our joystick left or right, we want to actually turn, right? That's one thing. Of course, every kart or car can have its own steering rate, right? And you can adjust other stuff. Of course, friction could impact this. You can design power-ups that would be the, doing this, special skills that could affect it, and for example, make your turning non-physically correct, but make you almost go 90 degrees if you want to, right? So a lot of things to consider, etc., etc., and it depends on your design. And of course, we also should at the end clamp our rotation between 0 and max turn rate. Yeah, and when it comes to like as simple as it gets, kart movement, etc., that's about how it is when it comes to pseudo formulas and pseudo code, right? And that's the way of going about it with velocity, right? Because you could also go the other way, which would be a bit more simmy, is applying forces. Applying specific force to your kart and moving it along the tracks. Or if you even want to be more hardcore, applying rotational force to the wheels, and the wheels actually are moving the whole vehicle. That's where you're getting into semi territory, and you can get real deep with that. Real deep with that. I knew a guy and I worked with a guy who was super into it. You really can get into, once you get into like, okay, I want to apply actual physics forces to the wheels of a car, I want to rotate them, and actually I want to have an engine simulation and the axis and everything and the gear shifts. You can go on the deep end of it, and it will be way harder to code, but then you could use the real life values to simulate specific cars and specific tracks, etc. So there is a big advantage of that you can actually use real world values. Here the values will be, when I will be adjusting all of that, it will be cartoony as fuck. So they will not be real at all. They only are supposed to be balanced in such a way that they will feel good, right? With the more simmy version of vehicle movement, of course, you can take a real engine, properties of a real engine, and just put those values in, and it should start feel like you're driving a specific engine, right? Specific handling parameters, etc., etc. That's something that I won't do here on streams, because it would be 4 years of streaming alone just for that. So let's see if we can use mover for that, because that's the thesis, or not thesis, that's the hypothesis. Hypothesis states we should be able to use mover component, mover plugin, to simulate such simple kart movement, right? And it should work over the network. Everything should be fine. First, we will try to implement that with the blueprint, just blueprints. And if with time will allow us, we will also try to implement this with C++, because the first way with blueprints we'll be using or abusing walking mode. The mover component might be thinking that we are having a character that actually just walks, right? Which might not be true. He is technically walking, but actually he's driving, right? We'll see if we can abuse regular setup of mover like that. If not, then we probably will have to go into creating our own movement mode called driving mode, and we will see about that. It might turn into two-parter stream, we'll see. But without further divagations, let's start hooking everything up. We have our open world test map, whatever. I was looking through meshes here, and there are a couple of cool meshes in here, right? Let's open up this blueprint. Open full blueprint editor. There's lots of stuff in here, and I like that, but the code is connected to the vehicle movement. But this off-road car is very fun to look at. So what we are going to do is create another completely new. Let's create this, I don't know, kart mover. Yeah, kart mover, let's just call it that, right? And let's create a new folder here. Blueprints. Right? And I want to check on one thing first. I want to open up the regular mover pawn or the extended pawn just to see, you know, have something to look up to when I will be hooking up the mover component by hand, right? Because the last time I was doing it, it was like 2024, so some time has passed. Mover examples. Pawns. Many pawn extended. Key derives from many pawn, and that from mover examples character, and that is a code. And that just contains a pawn and a mover input producer interface. All right. That's fine. And when I was talking about the movement mode that we might end up needing to do is this thing, right? Because right now we might be abusing the walking mode. Here's the backend class that we can use, right? Mover standalone, prediction physics. So we might use network physics liaison. We will see. Yeah, but I want to, you know, have that as a backup, right? Now, should we create the blueprint pawn actually just from blueprints, or should we do it from code? That's interesting. The way we should go about it. Let's try with the blueprint first and see. Let's test the theory that we can just hook it up without code. If that won't work, I will just create a pawn with C++, copying a lot of code from this, right? From the examples. So we are here. Let's create our BP actor. It wasn't supposed to be actor, it's supposed to be pawn. Delete. Blueprint class, and it's a pawn. BP kart base. Right? And let's just copy the mesh. I like this mesh. Let's see if I can just copy it. No, not really. It didn't work out the way I wanted it to. But I can still, you know, make it work. Because that is a root component. No, it's not a root component, I think. Although it kinda looks like it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can make this a root component. Okay, so now it is 0, 0, 0. Let's just copy the rest of the... Oh, wait. Huh. Okay. So it's all added in C++, probably via sockets, right? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, this is a skeletal mesh, but it doesn't have... No, it does have skeletal mesh off-road. What the hell? Why it wasn't using it? I don't know, but we will use nothing. Yep, for now. And this probably has sockets, and that's the way it is attached, right? Or it is just attached to specific bones, right? Yeah, most probably. So let's just copy that. This is just a static mesh component, add it, and I want to see... Oh, there is no parent socket. So, in what way it is being added? So, okay, it is probably being added in a weird way. Okay, let's just start clicking on those bones and see which bone is it. Okay, can I see mesh? Bones and bone names. Okay, so like control arm and lower control arm BR, back right. So it is that. There's way too much to click through, actually. I just lost motivation, so we will go about it differently. There's another model we can use in here. The sports car, which is just a whole skeletal mesh. Let's just use that. And it is working already. Yeah, we might just play around with the off-road vehicle later. Let's make it a root. We have our vehicle. So right now it won't do anything. We also need to, in our world settings, if we look at our game mode, we have nothing, right? So we probably should also create our own game mode from the scratch, right? Yes, game mode. What the? Game mode base, yeah. Game mode, Kart. Yeah, Kart. And I can just open that. Yeah, everything should be, you know, regular stuff. But the only thing that I want is actually BP Kart base, right? The rest of it, I want to keep it as it is. At least for now. At least for now. Save and compile on success only. Yeah, we'll see if we'll be adjusting the game mode later. Should we also have our own BP player controller? Yeah, we might. Actually, let's look at the mover example and see how they did set it up. Did the controller needed additional stuff or not? Let's look at that, because I frankly don't remember. Mover examples. No, it was using a regular player controller. Only pawn class was a little bit different. So, yeah. New level. Let's get back to open world. Yeah, so we only need that. Let's use GM Kart. And it should start working right out of the gate, in that sense that you'll click play and yes, it should be fucked up like that. We also need to add camera. Where the... Oh my god, I added the camera to the game mode. No. We will be turning off the game mode right now, and camera. Yeah, let's move the camera like somewhere here, and it should already take over, I think. Yeah, it should be already set up. And we won't be doing too much with the camera setup today, because there's the whole, you know, attaching of spring arm and adjusting that. For now, we will be only playing with the mover component. And we have this thing, right? Okay. Now let's add mover. Just mover. And that's the moment where we will be copying elements from here. Movement mode. Let's just copy everything. PP card base. The hell you did. And yes, starting movement mode. Walking. Are there any transitions in here? Okay, I don't need that. I might need persistent sync data type. But it's already there, okay. Great. Input producer, movement mixer, nothing. Smoothing mode, shared settings, 2 shared settings. Let's copy that because I'm sure. Oh no, I already have that. Okay, gravity. Is there gravity override? Yeah. Let's also copy gravity. Of course, it doesn't want to copy. Thank you. And then let's compile. Planar constraints, we don't need that. And at least as far as I am concerned, it should be all. We added our mover component. And it crashes. And let's see why. I mean, actually, and ensure. A mover actor must have an updated component and cannot have a primary visual component that is the same as updated component. I understand nothing from this. But at least it is falling down. So that's an improvement already. But what this comment is saying, primary visual component. Okay, let's look into code comments. And this is the moment where if you're just using blueprints only, you would be fucked because nothing would be working and you wouldn't know why. There will be some ensure in logs, but you might miss it, right? This is the component that's actually being moved. Typically, it is the actor's root component and often collidable primitive. The main visual component associated with this mover actor, typically a mesh and typically parented to the updated component. So, what it does tells us is that this cannot be root component. And I don't know if I can revert this. to make it not root component. What I could do is add, I don't know, cube. No, not cube. Collision. Collision. Yeah, let's add box. And this will be the root right now. Our box collision. That is, I don't know how big. Okay. Yeah, the box collision for the cart is not ideal at all. But whatever, right? I just want to see if I will not have an answer right now. I don't have an answer. So the first lesson, you cannot have your visual skeletal mesh as a root component if you are using mover, right? What kind of, okay, 0 overlap all dynamic, block all. Okay. We have a cart standing on the ground. Nice. That feels really good, but it's still not, you know, moving anything, right? But at least we achieved standing on the ground. Woo! Poo, poo, poo. 10 years of being a developer. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah. All right. Let's use 2-pane window because that's how I prefer it. I don't want to have a break in here. Let's get back to this. Backend class is here. And there should be something like an... yeah, on movement mode changed, on stance changed, I don't need that. On begin play, input mapping context applied. Okay, some input mapping. Great. On simulation pre-tick, that's where we would be applying our, or requesting our, and calculating our velocities and rotations. Here is our input. Okay, so first of all, what I wonder is our pawn is just pawn and it doesn't have the input producer interface. Can I add it from like here? I kind of forgot. Yeah, override input component class, enhance the input component. I don't think I need to override it because it's supposed to be by default, right? So at least I think so. I kind of forgot how do you add interfaces. I'm a Dumbo. Shit. Ah, it was in class settings, of course. Implemented interfaces. Input. Mover input producer interface. I guess it has to be here. Because it is here. And I have produce input right now. And I can do something with it. Right? The same way something could be done in here, but in all actuality it is being done in code. So if we take a look at our move examples character, there will be a function called, that is interesting, we will have setup player input component. That's where our binding of actions happens, of course. But produce input implementation. On produce input, generate user commands. Stuff can happen in here. Lots of stuff in here. Done in code. Generate user commands. Called right before character movement simulation will take. I'm not sure if I need that right now. Caged move input velocity. Although there is something called caged move input velocity. So it might be needed. I'm not sure if we need right now to implement either on produce input in blueprint or should we need to do anything on produce input in here. We'll see. We'll see. I don't remember, quite honestly. But what we might need is the same shit that they did in here with the setup player input component. It is virtual override from the pawn. So we might need that. Is it for, wait, it's not for blueprint. Yep, it is pure code. Okay, so we might not need that as well. So what we will do right now is we will create an input action. New folder. Input action. Let's call it input action throttle or accelerate. Right, action description, accelerates Kart. One trigger, or should it be more, let's just register a button press, or the more you press the trigger, the faster you, the harder your, kind of like if you were actually pressing the pedal in the car. I'm not sure yet. We can always change that. Yeah, we can always change that. There are modifiers that we could add. Okay, let's just do our first things first. Let's print out something on screen if our input is actually any good. If it does register, because I'm not sure right now with the mover component, we might do some code things. So let's see. And print string. Yeah. And let's convert this to string. And yeah, let's see if it will even connect. But how will it connect if we don't know the button for it, right? So we need to do input mapping context, right? Input mapping context, cart movement. And that's where we will be adding our input accelerate and mapping it to, what the hell? Why can't I? Whoa, this shit doesn't work for me. For some reason. It just takes generic access to and bye bye. Okay. To hell with you then. And then let's add gamepad, left thumbstick, no. Right trigger. Where the hell is right trigger? Yeah. And I think setting behavior, yes, yes. And now we should actually, you know, bind it, right? So on begin play we should get enhanced input. Wait, what? That's interesting. Huh. Okay, okay. Doesn't matter. So get player controller. Yeah, we only want to bind on our local stuff. Get enhanced input local player subsystem. And I want to bind on begin play my input mapping context. So bind. What the hell? Add mapping context. That's what I want. And the mapping context is IMC kart movement options. Yeah, okay. And now we should get the string value if we pressed our W, which we have. Oh, now we have it, right? And with the gamepad. All right, so we're in for the money when it comes to like starting to do something, right? Wait, I want to also try out another thing, not action value. When triggered and when completed. How does that work? Because I don't really remember how that worked, so let me just try it first. Okay. So I want to change the input type for that immediately from press to hold. That's the way, that's what I want. And maybe I should add another trigger actually. Not only when pressed, but also I want to trigger when released, right? I want to trigger it 2 times. And depending on whether it is released or pressed, I want to have different actions. So is that the way of going about this? Or should I just do hold? Huh. Yeah, this is something that actually I forgot how it works. Or should those be completely two different inputs? I don't remember really how this works. So let's see. Let's experiment. Whenever you don't remember how something works, one of the ways is, of course, to to try it out. So yeah, right now we have both completed. If when we set it up for to be triggered by pressed and released, we will get two different action values, true or false, depending on the thing, and we can also complete it. Doesn't happen until we let go of the whole input, right? So that's all we need for our velocity simulation right now. So what we will do with that is actually we will save the value, right? Save the value. Let's name it B is acceleration held, right? Kind of following the structure that they do here, right? Input action, saved it, and on pre-simulation tick, that's where we will be actually handling our inputs. Like for example, dash input is being collected in here, handle dash input, stuff happens here. Let's try to do this. So what we need is on pre-simulation tick, right? For that, right, on pre-simulation tick. We don't need that. I might not need that. On pre-simulation tick, right? Here is where, let's do it first in an ugly way. If that stuff is being held, let's do first super ugly shit, right? So the way it works, for example, for dash is it, calculates some of the inputs, etc., yada yada yada, and then it queues layered move with some struct, and we will be using make layered move linear velocity, right? So we know that we will be taking our mover component and we'll be queue layered move, right? That's what we'll be doing. Let's make layered move, and we will be using linear velocity. Additive velocity, yes. And what will be the velocity? Well, let's take our get actor forward vector, right? In world space. For now, let's just multiply it by, I don't know, to float by 100. And let's see what happens, right? And maybe let's not use additive velocity, let's just override velocity, right? And see if any movement will happen, because if there will be no movement, then we cannot really work on anything else. We have to figure out why movement isn't happening. We have movement! Our car is moving slow as shit, but we achieved the first movement, right? And we should also achieve the first stop, right? This is our successful movement. And let's achieve the stopping when the acceleration is not held. And the velocity will be hard 0. Actually, hard 0. It will be crude as hell, but you know. That is interesting. Because right now it is just flying in the air. And regardless whether I actually input anything, shit broke down. That is interesting. So how we should stop this guy? Wait, is acceleration held? Default value is Boolean. We could also use the magnitude over time and maybe that way stop it, but that's not really it. Q layered movement when it is being... What other layered moves could we use to achieve our stopping? Okay, make layered move, launch linear velocity, move to dynamic, multi, radial input, radial impulse, motion, jump to group. I'm not really sure. Okay, maybe that's the move I should be using. Finish velocity settings. Yeah. Let's see. Is it connected? No, it's not connected. Let's try that. Shall we? And Q layered move, we got some ensure. An invalid type was sent to Q layered move node. Extract the type from... Okay, so I haven't realized that. But actually those are finish velocity settings and I inputted it as a layered move. So that's not exactly this. Okay, let's use this once again. But let's add that. Let's add layered move finish velocity settings and let's see how much it doesn't work. Yeah, it's not even falling to the ground because I'm setting the velocity as 0, so the gravity is not simulated really. So what, should I always... put in the gravity value in here that I have put in here? That's the way to do it? That seems very hacky. Then I might not need that. Now I cannot move at all. Something to consider. Can I stop layered move that is happening right now? Or like... stop active movement? But this is for AI. It's not for mover. So like what the hell? Break mover time step. Maybe I should just do this instead of anything else, which means, hey, let's just apply this velocity, but only for this step of simulation, right? Yeah, now we achieved stopping. Okay. So if I put in 10,000 in here, but it will be hard stopping, and that's not exactly what we want to achieve, right? The one thing though that I am very curious to see is where the hell is my starting point? Okay, here. Let's put in ramp in here, like some shapes. Yeah, let's put some cube in here. It is fucked up way of creating ramp, but you know, that's kind of what I want to see. Let's make it very light. Shall we? And let's test it. Yeah, I think we might need custom movement mode because right now it behaves like shit. And the funny thing is, look at that. I'm flying in the air. No. Yeah, but it is also because I'm overriding it, right? So the way it should work, it should be additive velocity. Now it will be a little bit better. Right? But also, this should be like way slower because I'm constantly adding this velocity, right? Oh, whoa, whoa. Now I overdid it. Yeah, because it is moving it up along with the... And the gravity just doesn't work. Only until I press input, it starts working again. Because it just doesn't go into flying mode. It doesn't transition into flying mode, which is what happens with the regular character, right? Yeah. Because it will automatically change to falling once it will detect that it will change to falling. I think we might have hit the limit of what we could do with the blueprints. I mean, we could start hacking away like code that would be constantly in the tick detecting whether we are in air, and if we are in air, we should, you know, drop down, and we could do all of this shit with this shit in here with blueprints, but that would mean that we would be making an actual movement mode within the blueprints instead of the way it's supposed to be, which means it will be very hacky, very messy. It would probably work, but it would be very hacky and very messy, right? It might be way better to just go with the walking mode. With creating our own mode, right? And there's physics-driven mode, physics flying mode, physics-driven walking mode, etc., etc. And of course, regular walking mode. Then falling mode. Actually, falling mode might, you know, just what we need, right? Just we should transition from driving mode to falling mode, and we might not need to create our own driving falling mode or anything like this, but I think this might be the stop for the blueprint only implementation, right? Because I was thinking that the gravity simulation will still, will still be going on in here, but it isn't really, right? So yeah, this gravity override will constantly be working. So when I'm applying linear velocity as an additive velocity, my gravity would still be working, right? It's not really. So yeah, that is the plan for the rest of the stream, but I need a quick little break in here. Let me type that into the chat. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, so see you soon. What's up? What's up? I'm back. So, during the break, I kinda realized I was off, preparing the food, etc. And other stuff. I kinda realized, well, yeah, maybe I don't need to go into like creating my own movement mode yet, because just like with regular character, if I walk up the slope, he will automatically fall down. So it doesn't work for me for some reason. That's how it should work. That's how it would work for example, animated money pawn extended, right? So the question, more of a question is why I am not automatically transitioning into falling mode, because that's what should happen. Actually. And it should happen kinda automatically, right? And I propose we should, look at that stuff, right? Because we have handle crouch input, double input. For example, let's see jump. Q layered move, multi-jump. What does make layered move, multi-jump do, right? Okay, it doesn't really tell me what it does. I hope the audio is alright. Yeah, it is alright. Alright. So, that's what we kinda need to figure out. Why? Why? Why it's not really happening correctly for me? Listening to mode switch. Check double jump transfer. Old mode name, new mode name, etc. Oh, that's interesting. On movement mode change. So movement mode change, right? That's what I should look into for in code. Movement mode change. Okay, let's see if we will have like mode. Not really. So how does it determine when it wants to transition into falling mode, right? Because that's kind of what we are searching for. Because we are starting with walking, right? Let's see one funny thing. If I will set up this movement as falling, I will still move forward. No. No, the thing is, for some reason, even when I have the starting mode as falling, which we can see it actually works in here. My collision is awful, but whatever. Only after I stop applying input, it actually does anything. Do I have... No, it has additive velocity, so it should mix in. Yeah, so the falling should... Yeah, it's just flying in the air and the falling is not really happening. Unless, you know. Let's turn on the mover debugger. I'm sorry for that. For active modes, active moves, mode map, action. And mode is still walking instead of falling when I'm on the ground. And I wanted to constantly have that is interesting. Yeah, right now we are kind of live debugging the way the mover works. Let's do it a couple of times in a row. That is interesting. Let's once again turn on the mover in gameplay debugger. Only after I stop applying the movement, it transitions to falling. That is quite fascinating. Let's try to find out why, when I apply this layered move, it doesn't transition into falling automatically while this shit is happening. Because that is fascinating to me. Can I do a transition in here? No. Yeah, we have all the controls and shit, but still. I don't see why my falling is not really triggering automatically. Let's take a look at animated money pawn. Maybe here's something interesting. No, not really. No, completely not. So mover character example. Okay, let's search for falling. Movement component is falling, and it's just checking if has gameplay tag falling. But it tells us a lot because we can search for what applies this tag, right? Yeah, we are only checking here has gameplay tag. So something else applies this tag. I'm not sure what, but something else. There is no set tag or anything like this, right? Gameplay tags at tag mover is falling. Isam75. Hi everyone. Hi, how are you doing? How's your day going? Right now I'm trying to debug why I don't have a mode transition in mover. Still trying to formulate the thesis whether, you know, we could achieve kart vehicle movement with mover, or you know, we should go more in what you were suggesting at the beginning with your comments, or should we go for modular vehicle and other needs, right? Isam75 says, yeah, great, I can see. Omni Nathan says, hello, goat. Oh, hello, hello. And we also have our first bot in here, Scary Something Cheap. Viewers, let me quickly, you know, delete this guy. And the bot is deleted. Hello, how are you doing? How is the weather out where y'all are living? Here it is in Poland, windy as hell, but also kind of pretty. Omni Nathan asks, how are we doing today, goat? What's the job today, goat? Holy shit. Today I'm trying to test the hypothesis whether we can make kart vehicle movement with the mover plugin in Unreal. And I added some simple velocity, but my movement doesn't transition into falling mode. So I am trying to debug what the fuck, why it's not transitioning. So basically, yeah, some kart arcade vehicle movement. I'm trying to implement that using new plugin and see if it is possible. Omni Nathan says Brazil is cold as fuck right now. Oh damn, how cold is it? How cold is it? Isam75 says, in my opinion, I think network physics component is more suitable. Yeah, most probably. Most probably, if the aim was just to, you know, implement a vehicle, that's what I would go for. But right now, I still try to see how to go about it with mover component, right? So until I will hit the brick wall and I will not be able to even, you know, move along with it a little bit more, I'll still try to stick with that, right? But yeah, network physics component and not using mover might be, if you know the aim was just to create a vehicle, it would be better. Omni Nathan says, like 20 degrees Celsius. It's 17 degrees Celsius. It's funny because for Brazil, 17 and 20 degrees, it's cold. In Poland, it is 20 degrees or 17 degrees outside right now, and I'm like, damn, it's warm. I might, you know, walk out with my, you know, short sleeves. So that's funny. Because we used to have, like, I don't know, like a week ago, it was like 8 degrees Celsius or something like this. So anything above 15 for us is like, oh, it's getting warm. It's getting really fucking warm. All right. So let's maybe try to see the falling, what calls falling, and whether something actually does something cool with it. Starting movement mode is falling. Yeah, makes sense. It is just a check to broadcast on landed event. Okay. Some impact, transition to mode falling. It's on jump check. Okay, so that's not really it. Air movement mode, yeah. Here's something that changes the next mode to falling. And it is within ziplining mode. So that's not it. Suggested movement mode. If flying, should toggle flying. Okay, that is our cue. Omni Nathan says, Brazil peaked at like 4 degrees Celsius. Holy shit. And my hamster died on that day. Rip Max William. Oh, damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Rip Max William. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. But 4 degrees Celsius has to be like not that common in Brazil, right? In Poland, basically from between like October, November until now, it oscillates between like -2 and 5 all the time. So half of the year is very cold, and it used to be way worse. Okay, so the flying is active, or rather B should toggle flying, decides that the next movement mode is supposed to be falling. So that's the stuff that I should use, but on fly triggered. And when does that happen? It's bound to action. Fly input. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me right now, I'll be honest. When does the falling mode automatically triggers? Because the moment I stop applying any input, in here, come on, I'm applying input, it flies. I'm stopping applying input, it transitions into falling mode. And the transition is kinda abrupt. I'm slowly forming a new hypothesis. That mover component is not suitable for vehicles at all. Or at least unless you really want to write your own custom driving mode, custom everything. But by then, why not use something different, right? Only after I'm not applying velocity, it actually changes into linear velocity. And I'm not sure why. Should I really do constant detection to see if I should change into like falling, or that whole way of going about it is wrong? Undecided yet. But what else could I try to do here? I mean, of course, I could start implementing the rest of the inputs, etc. But in my opinion, I shouldn't go forward with the rest of like the implementation if I won't figure out gravity affecting my car in the correct moments, right? So I guess we'll be diving deeper. We had this walking mode. Doesn't it have automatic transition into fall or something? Falling mode? No. Fly? No. It just does what it does. Okay, what about the falling mode? Yeah, there is a generate move when the input happens, etc. But I want to see on simulation tick. Yeah, this is a simulation of falling, of course. But landed, I want to see the transition. There's no function for, hey, I just transitioned into the state. I guess there's no move method like that. No. Unregistered, on generate move, on active, on active. Isam75 says, I suggest to use ChatGPT or DeepSeek to debug stuff like this. I'll be honest, my experience with Unreal and any of the LLMs like Copilot or ChatGPT wasn't really great, I'll be honest. Sometimes it's hallucinating a lot in such a way. For example, I was trying to ask it a couple of questions about PCG and it was pointing me towards classes that just don't exist, etc. I might, launch Copilot in a second and ask it, but I'm not sure if it will know anything about mover component. It might be too new. They might not have, teach the LLMs about it. So we'll see. Right now I'm trying to, here it is. Base movement mode transition. I wanna on trigger. Okay, great. On trigger, base movement mode transition. Let's just see if I can break it here. Isam75 says, yeah, not every time, but if you give specific question, it might help. You know what? I will launch a Copilot in a second. And we will see. Will it help or not? But right now, let me try to see if I will at least be able to break. No. Okay, I have another idea for a break. When I have a falling mode, on generate move, maybe. Let's break in here. Hello? Can I break? I can. And okay, do generate move, movement, state mode, machine, and simulation tick. Combined move. Current mode name is falling. Modes. Here is what I'm searching for. Modes, current mode name. Current mode. That's what I'm searching for. Movement mode state machine. Okay, we are on the money. And even if we figure this out, I want to ask Copilot this to see if, if it will have an answer for us, right? So let's see all the usages of current mode name, right? Lots of them. Let's see if anything makes sense to us just from that. Current mode name on simulation tick. It just takes current mode name and puts it as a movement mode to sync. Okay, this is an if check. Set mode immediately. Let's break in here and see if that's the place where it actually wants to change anything. Yeah, we already merge proposed movement from the current mode with the movement from layered moves. Okay, it just takes the movement, so no, that's not what we want. Unless... Oh, I think I get why it doesn't automatically change and why I might need to do some of my own detection whether I'm in error or not. Okay, I think I might understand that. Then until I stop mixing in my layered move, it won't stop really. This just returns current mode, construct modes. Next mode name. Here is also another thing, advance to next mode. Next mode do, okay. We have a couple of breakpoints. Let's see if we can break any of them. Okay, we changed to fall, from falling to walking. Okay. Okay, and let's On simulation tick, advance to next mode. And why does it try to do it? Oh shit, there is whole logic of that. Switches modes if necessary. Note that this will allow exit enter on the same state. Okay. And then next mode name is falling. Should next mode re-enter? Should re-enter. Okay, so my hypothesis right now is that because I am constantly launching velocity, queuing the move of linear velocity while still being in walking mode, every frame basically, once I'm holding the input, I'm constantly applying something to mix in on current movement mode, so it thinks it cannot transition into falling because it constantly has something to simulate. So it just won't do it until I stop applying velocity. That's where it will be like, all right, now we can transition, advance to the next mode of falling. And let's ask, some LLM, Copilot. Let's enter it. I'm using it because, I don't have to log in or anything to this. I can just ask it. Even though I know Copilot is not the best. So, let's ask it. In Unreal Engine 5.5, I'm using Mover plugin on my vehicle. I'm queuing linear velocity move on each frame while being in walking movement mode. Once I get on the ramp with my vehicle, once I get on the ramp with my vehicle and it goes into the air, it doesn't transition into falling mode until I stop queuing linear velocity move. How to formulate the question. Once I get on the ramp, my vehicle, and it goes into the air, it doesn't transition into falling mode until I stop queuing linear velocity move. How to ask it? Why it doesn't automatically detect that I'm in air and it should change movement modes. Omni Nathan, I got a question for you. What are you working on right now? It sounds like Mover plugin in Unreal Engine 5 is prioritizing the queue linear velocity move over the automatic transition to falling move. That's quite correct with what we found. Since you're continuously queuing movement commands, the system might not be detecting the loss of ground contact as expected. And that I'm not sure about. A few possible reasons for this behavior. Movement mode override. The queued linear velocity move might be preventing the engine from naturally switching to falling mode because it's still receiving movement input. That is kind of what we got. Collision detection delay. The transition to falling mode typically happens when the engine detects the character or vehicle is no longer touching the ground. If the movement input is overriding, that ain't it. Mover plugin behavior. The mover plugin might have specific logic that requires an explicit stop in movement. Nah, not really. So it kinda understands where the problem might lie. But we also were thinking about that. Try pausing the queuing of linear velocity move for a frame when the vehicle is expected to leave the ground. But I don't know where it is expected to leave the ground. So this might allow the engine to detect the transition properly. Check if there's a way to manually trigger the movement mode change when a vehicle is airborne. Look into the collision settings to ensure the vehicle properly detects when it's no longer on the ground. You might find more insights in discussion like this one. Yeah. Oh. There is some discussion. But not solved, really. But they have some new data on it. It kinda knows where it is going for, but not really. Okay, so it is pointing into the right direction that we were expecting also as well. So I gotta say it's more than I expected from it, because when I asked it about some PCG question, it was just straight up lying, right? Or hallucinating, as we should put it. So yeah, because from what I remember, when we are queuing the moves, yeah, let's disable this breakpoint for a hot second. When we are queuing moves, layered move linear velocity, the queue is for current moveset. It's not like the queue is ambiguous and not connected to the movement mode. It is for the current movement mode, because each movement mode might interpret this layered move a little bit differently, right? So it is for that layered move. So one thing that I could check is, because I think it's constantly checks for that, is whether we are on the ground, if I remember correctly. We can try to check for that. Yeah. Yeah, let's try to constantly, while we'll be in pre-simulation tick, we'll see if we are in the air. And I think I don't have to do manual tracing for that, because I think it already, this shit is already traced, right? But I'm not really sure if I can just ask Mover about it. Has gameplay tag. Yeah, because it also makes sense that if we are on air, our tires aren't touching ground, so it should only have the velocity that we already have and start to fall on the ground. And I'll be honest, right now I'm thinking it would be so much easier to just start coding this simulation from the scratch, really, than doing it with Mover. So ISAM75, was right on the money to say that, yeah, network physics component, modular vehicle probably, although I never touched that, and straight up just writing your own physics or velocity code might be a little bit easier than just using Mover code, unless of course they will provide the driving mode by hand, right? But right now my suggestion would be, if you want to do the Kart vehicle stuff, maybe not Mover component. Or if you know how to do it way better than what I'm trying to do right now, hit me up in the comments and I will sure gladly learn, right? But right now let's just maybe print out, because I want to see if that's true, that this tag is changing regardless. Because I want to see if I have to do my own tracing or not, because that's always a bitch to find the floor, etc, etc. It's falling. Let's constantly print this shit. It's false. No, unfortunately it is false until I... God damn. So it won't do any detection. Wait. Hold on. Right now it's false. This following tag is not present. We are moving. And it's false as long as I press my input and only after, Yeah, so I thought that maybe, but maybe let's try for another tag, because on the ground, maybe is in air is a better way, because this might also be checked by the walking. Nope. Only until I stop the input. I guess none of these tags are updated in that way. We are on the ground. That is true. And as long as I press the input, then this tag, I cannot rely on this tag. I don't like this idea, because me from the user perspective, I would be thinking, well, the mover is detecting and applying those tags regardless of which movement mode I am in. And I guess the movement mode is actually the one that is applying the tag, which is weird. Okay, what else do I have with mover in here? Maybe I could use something. Find movement mode, no, movement modifier, chart settings, future trajectory, gravity acceleration. As gameplay tag has valid cache, Q instant movement, Q next movement mode. Remove? Ah, okay. Set gravity override. Try get floor. Maybe this at least will be... something that I could use. Out hit results. Let's... because what? It just tells us like, hey, last floor result. Try get. If it is, then the floor check, hit result. And maybe a distance or something, I don't know. We'll see. Because right now what I'm trying to assess is, okay, I'm having some kind of movements, etc. How can I, without writing my own movement mode and probably adding it to the state machine, how can I know during the simulation whether I'm in error or not, right? Like, how does it actually happen? Yeah, so let's break this. I don't know, maybe let's print in this and the distance. Yeah, let's just do this and see what kind of data do we even get from this floor check. It is true. Oh, it's funny. Because I'm constantly getting the true value that yes, I am hitting the floor, but the distance is 0. So I don't like this, but let's try that. It's funny because I would think that, hey, if distance to floor is 0, I'm on the floor, but I guess it works in a little bit different way. If we are here and the distance is equals 0, I guess. That's such a hacky freaking code. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. I don't recommend it. We are exploring this. But let me tell you right now, I'm so much leaning towards, yeah, you should just start writing your own movement from scratch instead of trying to use make layered move linear velocity to create this vehicle movement. Right now, I'm not a fan of it. There's so much stuff connected to like states and exiting the states, etc. that, truthfully speaking, I don't see a benefit of that. I'll be honest. At all. So yeah. Branch, of course. Let's hook it up here. Let's put it in here. And if it is true, then just not queue anything. Only... It's weird script. I don't like it. Even if it works, I feel uncomfortable. That is freaking funny. Okay. How about we change it from box collision to capsule? Kind of like character, although it's awful. Yeah, let's use that. Let's attach all of this stuff here. Let's delete the box collision. Yeah, the capsule absolutely doesn't make sense. Like at all. If we think about that. But, you know, whatever. That was fucking funny. Yeah, and it is because I haven't set it to block all. Whoa! It kinda works better, right? Because it transitions and then it just flies off. So everything is wrong with it. I don't like I don't like anything about this, actually. I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't like anything about the way it works. Yeah, it kinda saves the velocity input. During the mode of transition, there is some weird wonky stuff. But do you really want to have your script being like this? Like, oh, if the floor check hit result distance is 0, 0, 0, it means that we have no floor underneath the collision, and that's where we stop applying our move. Maybe. Maybe, but I'm not a fan, I have to say. I'm not a fan at all of this situation. So give me a quick minute. I have my noodles here. Let me grab a quick fork and I will dive even deeper into this. So I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Alright, so I don't know what to really do with this. I don't like the way it works right now. I could either go on the deep end of like, hey, let's create our own movement mode. And spend the next, what time is it? What time is it? Next 2 hours just in the code trying to understand how to create our own movement mode. Or I could spend a little bit more time right now adding like acceleration calculation here. Or something. The rotation calculation, etc., etc. I'm leaning towards, hey, maybe let's finish this blueprint experiment and say like, yeah, you can do something about it, but I wouldn't ship it in any way, shape, or form. And maybe we will try to at least take a peek into movement mode, how to create our own. Or at least I think so. What's the way I should do it? Yeah, maybe. Let's just take a gander at it. So... So... yeah, let's finish this off and then say why it's all a bad idea. Right now we will be creating calculation of velocity, right? So it is final acceleration times our delta for time, right? And this will give us our velocity, and it can be, you know, accessed by our input, friction, drift, etc., etc. So, and then we should clamp our velocity. The clamping is kind of automatic because the mover if we look at this, we will have where are the moves? Yeah, settings for each movement mode, and if I remember correctly, there is some max speed or whatever somewhere in here. Yeah, shared settings. The acceleration, max speed, etc., etc. So the clamping is kind of automatic. So what we need right now is just to create a variable for our velocity. For our acceleration. And this will be our velocity. Then we will do the same for rotation. For steering, and we will be golden with that. So, so yeah, let's do this. Let's create the variable final acceleration is a float. The way it works is that the final acceleration, let's set the default value as 0. Yeah, this is what is happening. Or should I say no. I made an error because I should also get this. Multiply. Because our velocity is acceleration times delta time, right? So that is our velocity in a specific direction. Wait, that's some weird stuff. This should be float. Yeah. Okay, great. Now let's calculate our final acceleration. Here's where we could do curve of acceleration. So we will start slowly and then we'll accelerate a little bit faster until we hit the max value, right? So this is what we will do in here right now. Or should we jump to something else? Nah, not really. Let's create the curve. For that stuff, so cart mover, yeah, let's just create it here. Curve float. It will be curve float acceleration, whatever. I wanted to start, of course, with like 0, and after like, I don't know, 1 second, let's put in 100, because why not? What the hell is going on? Zoom to fit. Okay, now it's working. I forgot to select all the keys and then click the zoom to fit. I'll select none of them and select zoom to fit, right? So nice linear acceleration. Let's add this as a variable, of course. Oh my god. Of course, and it will be a curve float. And this acceleration, and we're bringing in here. And we also need acceleration start time float, right? So the moment we are actually yeah, and it should be actually maybe -1 to see if it is first time pressed, right? So the moment this is true, right, the action value is true, or maybe even before, we will see if Wait, what kind of logic do I want to get? Basically, I want to get time seconds, right? And set it as my acceleration start time. The moment I pressed the acceleration. So, branch, of course. And if acceleration is held, that is my acceleration start time, but I only want to do it. But I actually have elapsed seconds. So maybe... But it doesn't trigger every frame, so... Which way to go about it? Which way to go about that? Okay, now let's just be simple. If... Actually, that thing will be a little bit easier. If current value is being true, that right now we are holding, and boolean and it wasn't held before, right? So that is, oh my god, creating such code and blueprint is awful. And it wasn't held before. That's where we will be, right? That's where we will be setting the start time from get time seconds. This is our moment of holding, right? We just pressed this value. And whatever moment we get the false, if it is not the first press and our action value is false, branch it, it is false. So we stopped this. We can just zero it or make it -1. Clear it, right? Set it as -1 to know that we are not processing anything. Now, and of course, there. And if it is still true and being triggered, then just don't do anything, really. And then, of course, on pre-simulation tick, what we want to do is, before we actually do anything here, is acceleration held. We want to calculate how much time since the first press of button happened. So we are taking our time seconds minus, of course, acceleration start time. That is our duration of holding it, and then we get this, get our curve, and get what the hell? Get float value at this time. And this is our acceleration. For now, this will be the only acceleration. I won't adapt any friction or anything like this right now. Let's just set this as our final acceleration. And let's see if it will work actually. It does work. It is super fast. Our car is super fast. It stops in an instant, of course, which is also not great. But it is super fast. It is working. Right? Of course, visually it is all kind of fucked up, but you know, that's another aspect. We don't need those two. Why did I needed this? I don't remember. Yes, so we have that. What else should we add right now? Yeah, we can adjust it because like way too fast. We're accelerating up to 100 units per second, right? So it is wickedly fast. 40. Let's do that. Way better. All right. So we got adjustable, you know, via curve acceleration rate of a kart, right? Now, how about we implement rotation, right? Of our guy. We need to create, of course, our new input action. Steering. Let's try to go like this, and it will be axis 2D. Pressed, I guess, for this. That's one thing I'm not sure about, which will we, you know, check in a hot second. Steering. Yeah, steering. Oh, we need to have a different input action for keyboard and a different for gamepad. That's what I remembered. Yes, because right now I don't know why it is doing this. Okay, gamepad, left thumbstick, x-axis. Right? And let's print out the values. Let's see what is there, right? Because right now I'm not really remembering how it worked. It's been some time since I got to those basics. So let's print out the values. Steering. This is a 2D. Print string. Can I? I can. There is automatic conversion. Let's see what happens on the gamepad. And let's... Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And why is that? That's why I always start with the basics. Like, I want to print anything when value starts. Does it even trigger? Is it even actually... I added it here. And it should have worked. I don't understand it. It doesn't even break. That's nice. Value type. It probably shouldn't be pressed, right? I don't really remember this, I'll be honest. Maybe let's look at how they did it. Actions and brake, hook around steering. Oh, they also... I probably hooked up the bad steering action, right? Axis 1. Of course, because it is 1D, not 2D. I am Dumbo. I am so much Dumbo. Of course. Reference viewer. Yup, I hooked up wrong steering because I have the exact same freaking name. So turning, we'll name it the turning. Modifiers, negate. Yeah, we can actually do D right. Yeah. So don't have the same names. Turning. Quick change. Quick fix. Yes, I want only this value. And the float value, and yeah, that's what I don't remember. It's been like 2 years since I had to hook up any kind of gamepad. Any kind of axis input, really. Yeah. That's basically it, right? Axis 1D, and I don't need to even put in anything here. It should just be working. Let's check it. And it's yeah. Why it's also not working? Because of my stupid ass. Card movement here, and instead of steering, it should be turning. Yeah. And it immediately triggers. Now it's hooked up correctly. Yeah. We're in the money. We're in the money. So we have turning rate, right? Action value. Basically, right now, what I want to achieve is a simple turning, so I only care about the sign and whether it is bigger than 0, not equal to 0, right? So first of all, nearly equal 0, and let's get like 0.1. I know you can do it with the dead zone settings, etc., but you know, I kind of want to make sure. I want to quickly, you know, reach that point of steering instead of like right now digging deeply with the dead zone, etc. Okay, so we have that, and then I want to also have a sign. Or I can just, you know, go actually, you know, greater than 0 or not. To see which side I'm on, right? Or maybe I could still use a sign. Damn, I need to go on a quick break in a second. But yeah. Do I want to do it on pre-simulation tick? Or just when I'm applying input? On pre-simulation tick. Okay, I know this right now. Actually, no, I don't need the sign of it. Let's just create base turning rate float, and I can just multiply that. Multiply our base turning rate. I should also final rotation rate or turning, yeah, final turning rate. That's how we will name it, and that will be our final turning rate. And if it is false, then set this to 0. Yeah, right now it will be hardcore turning, but you know, who kinda cares? I have this time step, and now it will be a good time for break. I have to take a quick break in a hot second. I'll be back. Let me also drop a comment. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Need a quick break, y'all. So I'll be back in a hot second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes, turning. Okay, so let's do the add local rotation, actor local rotation. Right. We can split this into yaw. We will be rotating in a yaw, if I remember correctly. And we will be multiplying our final rate by our, of course, delta time. And that is our rotation. Let's see if it actually works. It might be completely funny. Yeah, nothing works. I cannot turn at all. And why is that? Probably because base turning rate is 0. Let's turn it into 30 degrees. And yeah. Yep, also nothing works. And I wonder why. Okay, let's print string, the final turning rate. Let's see what kind of mistake I made. Wait a second. What the hell did I do here? Actually, can't I just do this? For some reason, ain't 9 turning. Nothing is turning. And I don't really understand why. Do we have audio? Yeah, we do. Okay. So, what the hell is going on? Final turning rate is 30. We are... Is it like too small? Fuck it, 180. Let's turn really around. Okay, what kind of value is getting added, is being even used here? Or is something in the mover component preventing the local rotation of an actor? That's also a possibility that I'm not a big fan of. That I don't need anymore. I know the final turning rate is being calculated properly. It's actually huge. Okay. What seems to be the problem in here? It's actually way too much. Actually, our 30 should be okay. I got a mistake. I just realized that this is in milliseconds, right? It should be in seconds. So first, divide this by 1000, so we will get seconds. And this is what should be used in here. And this is what should be used in here. That's one of the mistakes I made. I'm multiplying by milliseconds instead of seconds. Okay, that's one of the mistakes. So our car probably won't be as fast right now. Yeah, it is all barely moving, barely turning and everything, right? So let's see right now. Let's retune it after realizing my mistake. Whoa, it is still barely moving. Okay, now we're in the money, but we're not in the money with our turning. It still doesn't work, but at least let's get the correct value. Shall we? So base turning rate. Yeah. Let's see that. What kind of values we will get. Some better values. But we are not turning at all. Which produces the question, why is it not moving? That's a good question that I don't have an answer yet. And how are y'all doing in this beautiful Sunday morning? I hope. Oh, it's actually afternoon, technically speaking. It's still sunny and windy on my end. I can just, you know, set actor rotation. I can't change that. And what is set actor relative rotation? What is that? I don't know. I just want to turn actor around. I thought that actor local rotation would do at least something, but it does completely nothing. But at all. Like something is actually making. My guess would be that something in the mover component prevents outside rotations of the actor. Might be not. Let's do something funny. Get actor rotation. Split struct. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's delete that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It is completely wrong right now. But I just want to see if I can at least rotate an actor. Because if not, then we have problems. Nope. I can do press fuck all. And something prevents the whole actor from moving. Is this node even called? It is. So something is maintaining the actor's rotation within the mover component. And now, right now, I'm kind of flabbergasted because I have no other way of rotating my guy. Like, look at this stuff. layered moves. Make layered move, right? For example, I have nothing connected to rotation. There's radial impulse, but that's something different. You specify a center and the radius of an impulse that can move things away, right? We have linear velocity, launch, jump to, jump impulse, group, finish velocity. I have nothing with rotation. So how the hell would I rotate anything? Let's take the whole mover and nothing. No rotation. That creates quite a problem. If a regular set actor rotation is like, you cannot do it. Maybe I will teleport physics. Maybe that's the way it will start. Nope. No rotation at all. So something within the mover component says no rotation, you guy. Okay, let's dig deeper into mover component. On produce, sorry. In character mover examples character, is there anything connected to the rotation here? Let's search for rotation. There is rotation. On produce input, they are doing something there. Control rotation, character inputs. Okay, great. What is character inputs? Generate user commands. Call it right before character movement simulation will tick. This isn't meant the best way of doing camera sensor. It just means to show a couple of ways it may be done. That's absolutely not what I've been talking about, because they are just doing something for the camera in here, and that's not exactly what I wanted to use. So what the hell? I just wanted to start rotating. Should I rotate the vector of velocity and it will automatically orient something within the mover component? Orientation, intent. Unlooked, caged, look, input yaw, and is it used anything anywhere? Spin camera basin input. Yeah, but that's camera. And I want to move the whole actor. So I'm not sure if I'm looking at it right. Maybe I am. Quite a conundrum. I cannot rotate my actor at all. How the hell do they handle rotation? That's something I kinda don't get. But let's do a couple of experiments. Whenever we don't know something, let's experiment. Because we are getting actor forward vector. What if we rotated that? Rotate vector around axis. Angles degree is actually That, yeah, that doesn't work at all, so we can unhook it. And the axis is Z. And that is our velocity. Yeah, let's test this out. Yeah, as I thought. No, it doesn't. No, no, no. It's not it. It's not it. It's not that. It was a bad idea. We want to rotate the whole freaking actor. And for some reason it doesn't want to do this. Should I just put it in tick instead of here? I can put it in tick, but that's freaking weird. Even tick. Delta seconds, of course, and let's try that. Right now we are flinging shit at the wall and see what sticks. Oh my god. Yeah, but at least... Yeah, but look at that. Actually, right now we have at least confirmation. It rotates when I let go of my accelerating input. If I turn on my accelerating input, it only moves in a specific direction and tries to move around. But the mover won't allow that to happen. Yeah, let's change the turning rate to more sane values. That should be more okay. Yeah, and as you can see, it is turning. The moment I press input, it doesn't turn, then it turns. That would be a racer. The shittiest kart racer ever. Okay, okay. So now at least I have a confirmation. The way I wanted to rotate the actor around just won't work. I have to figure out how to do it within the mover components. So I probably have to do something in here, but I don't know what. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do in here. Get data from collection, and then it's like movement inputs and ability inputs, and none of that handle aiming input. Okay, ability inputs is aim pressed, and okay, that is the only thing that is being... Okay, so what seems to be the problem here? Rotating the actor within mover, which should be obvious, yet it's not for some reason. The way they did it was they took the player controller, and at least that's how it looked in code, and they just started adding pitch input or yaw input. Let's add yaw input then. Add your input. I don't know, let's just add this shit. And if that ain't it, then I don't know what is. Nothing is really happening. So I'm not sure. Let's give it 400. So we'll at least see something. Still nothing. Okay, so we're right now on a hunt for making rotation. Right now I can tell you, after what? 3 hours of trying to make kart vehicle movement with the mover component, I can tell you I would advise against that. Unless, you know, you want to create your own movement mode, then yeah, sure. But I would just stick to the freaking basics. And I realized we need nearly equal 0. We need the branching here. And if it is equal, if it's not equal 0, then yeah, do this. And if it does, then just set it as 0. That ain't turning anything. So what the hell? Okay, we need to really carefully look at mover character example and see some kind of rotation. Maybe it should be part of walking mode. Let's turn on walking mode. Is there any rotation being handled here? How the hell? There is some intended orientation. And it takes the character input. Intended orientation world space. Start character input. Get intended orient. Okay. There is something going on within walking movement. Get move input type. Okay. And there are already turning rate and turning boosts in here. So the way I should do it, and there is a proposed move angular velocity. Execute get turn. There is shit being done here. If there is a turn generating R turned on. Okay, so first of all, let's see if our mover has turn generator in here. No. Linear turn generator. Yeah, it can be that. Okay, we have some turn generating right now in here. I don't know how it will work around, but you know. But it will only happen if I will create intended orientation world space. Maybe I don't need this. Yeah, for now, let's not use that. Let's try to see if I can, from blueprints, Get that. It is in character inputs. Orientation intent there. So somehow I have to put into character inputs, which is input command sync state. It is here, and then there is orientation intent. Okay. Okay. So there is something called produce input right in here. And here's input command, right? So input command, input collection. I need to get character default inputs somehow. I have no idea how to break it. Get last input command, that's not it. Get data from collection. Make mover input context, but that's not it. It's kind of the opposite. Like, I mean, the way it is, they show it here is like get data from collection, and then they get movements on pre-simulation tick here. Maybe I should just go about it in that way instead of thinking something about produce input. I'm not sure. Let's turn that off. What the? Break mover, okay. Break mover input context, input collection. Maybe let's put it as a sequence. Oh my god. And after you're being done with this, get that. And how do they do here? They set it at movement inputs and... Okay. Sure, and can I do anything to this? What the hell was that noise? I hope it didn't came over, but there was some weird ass noise coming from the outside. Okay, now character default input structure. Break. There is orientation intent, so I can so I think what I can do is move. There's set move intent. Holy shit. So I can just do this. And is there like set orient? No, there is nothing. Get move direction intent from input. What the hell is going on? Character default. Do I have to go like this? Really? And change the orientation intent? But I don't understand. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everything should be copied here. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. I'll be honest. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. So it is super likely to break. Move input is the exact same as usual. But maybe I could not use make layered move linear velocity, but put it in here. That is interesting. Orientation intent. So that is my... Let's see. Rotate vector around axis. Of course, the axis is Z. That shit didn't work. Let's put it in here. And how did they... And then just set movement inputs. Movement inputs. What the hell? I don't have such thing. So what the hell is this movement inputs? Ah, it's part of the whole pawn. Okay, is it handled somewhere here? No. So is it here? Yeah, it is here. Find references, find everything, and get movement inputs. They're being get move direction from intent inputs. Okay. And can I do set data from collection? Add instance struct value. No, that's not what I want. I want to kind of change those values here. I want to put in move in orientation intent, really. Who would have thought that just changing the orientation would be such a showstopper? I didn't. Get target orientation, but how can I set? Okay, let's get into the code. Target orientation. Mover inputs, last input command, input collection. Mover inputs. So it is true that the way I should go about it is probably not here, because here's where I can just get the data from like input command. I should put something into the input command, like my orientation. So in that case, it would be here, but same time multiplied by same time, and somehow I need to, and I'm not sure how yet, but I have something that will help me, which is mover examples character. All right, so on produce input, how do I put things into input command? I want to see how can I, oh, they are just taking it in that way, but that's not what I want. Great. Get input. I don't know what to really do. Mover. Input command. But that, no, that wouldn't work. Do I have to jump into C++ to implement this shit? It shouldn't be like that. Input collection. Okay. Great. That didn't help. States tree. Over find movement modifier. None of this shit is like... I want to add something here. Orient. I can hook up that command context, yeah, great, but I'm not sure if I can do this from Blueprint, guys. Call right before. To author input for the next simulation frame. Consider also calling parent event. So can I just do, there is no parent event. Produce input. I have no ability to do this, even though they say that, hey, consider calling parent event inside of produce input. I have no such thing. What the hell is going on? Blueprint native event. Okay, so it can be either that or that. Okay, but produce input implementation, and it takes this. Okay, but does my animated pal have this? No, and he has this produce input, but he also does nothing with it. So I really have no clue how to put my own. Oh my god, this is so brain breaking that simple turning of a character turned out to be a showstopper for almost an hour right now. That's something that I haven't considered. I know that I want to put an orientation intent, because I saw in code that that's what would make mover components start turning my character towards specific orientation, right? I know that, and I can see that I can, get this orientation intent from here, etc. Break default inputs. But how can I add data to the collection, to this collection? I have no clue. Which once again reinforces my new thesis is that mover component for vehicles, unless you will create your own custom movement mode, rather stick to the, as Isam75 was saying like 2 hours ago, that were physics component or modular vehicles. Because right now I'm having a miserable time. I cannot turn my car around, which makes me feel all of my, what is it called? Not only self-consciousness, but imposter syndrome kicks in. Because it's like, really? I cannot turn this shit around? What the hell is going on? But okay, like, what does that do? No. That's not it. What about input collection? I cannot create this. There's this input command and it creates collection, mover data collection. Can I create mover data collection? Just that. Mover data. Make mover data collection. All right, I can. Set members. I have nothing. Okay. Mover data. Add data to collection. I want to add data to collection. What will you give me? Show me mover. Oh yes, of course, you will show me everything. That's not what I want. But the data I might want is character default inputs. Character default inputs. I can make those. Directional intent. I think. And put this in here. In here, and we might have figured this out, or we achieved nothing. Yeah, but we added data to this collection, and what? Now input command. Okay, I created a collection, mover data collection. I want to put it to mover component. How the hell can I do this? Make mover input collection and okay. I have no freaking clue what will happen. Wait, what? Was I doing it in many? No. Okay, so where's the error? Holy shit. It started rotating in the exact opposite values that I would think of. And it's fucking crazy as hell. Okay. I guess that is way too much. This shit is also way too much. And also I made a mistake. I realized that. Because that should be also divided by 1000. Because it's in milliseconds. So now it will be better. Or at least it should be. Alright, now it's not turning at all because we divided by 1000. Yeah, let me tell you guys. Vehicle simulation via blueprints using linear velocity action, etc. Not the way to go. And we are not turning at all. We were turning, now we're not turning. And it was mostly because the value was too big. So let's add something like that. Yeah, it does nothing. Let's maybe get back to this. And base turning like 40, I don't know, whatever. And yeah. It is turning into in a weird freaking way, I'll be honest. I cannot even describe it. I'm putting my joystick to the right and it starts moving to the left, then suddenly it bounces back to the right and bounces to the left. It's completely fucking weird and screwed up. So I have no clue what is going on, I'll be honest. Now it makes sense. After 3.5 hours of streaming, we achieved some kind of rotation, not in a very ugly rotation, I have to say, but we achieved something. Yeah, now it is a little bit better. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of how you have to work around things with just using blueprints to achieve vehicle simulation. Yeah, not a big fan of that, I have to say. So the thesis right now states, I think it is confirmed, we can classify that as confirmed as... And also I can turn like this. That's completely all kinds of wrong, right? The thesis right now states, well, don't do this. After 3 hours of, right? 3.5 hours of bullshitting around with the mover component to achieve some sort of kart movement, I can tell you no. So yes, mover is pawn agnostic. Although if you want to achieve very specific non-character looking stuff, you should write your own movement, right? Rocket movement, ship movement, whatever it is, you should write your own instead of doing whatever the fuck I did. I thought it would be super simple. Yeah, just Q layered move while pre-simulation ticking. All of that is for deletion. We have to state our orientation intent here because you cannot just rotate an actor. So I would say that's not a way to go. But I'm also saying, hey, yeah, create your own custom movement mode, but I haven't attempted it. Maybe also the lesson here, another thesis to check out is just don't use movement, a mover component for any vehicles. Just don't do it to yourself, right? I want to see if I wanted to create right now my own base movement mode, which would be driving mode, right? The falling mode is okay, sure. But I want to create my own driving mode, right? Which would be probably similar to walking, but not really. What would I have to do to implement that, right? Also, I see base movement mode could be blueprint created. I'm not sure if I want to test that out. Because it seems weird. But okay, so for example, for walking mode, if we look at it, they had to implement on generate move, on simulation tick, turn generator class. What the hell? Added turn generator. I want nothing of this. Capturing final state. Update. Those are their own classes. They are not overridden. So the only thing that you have to do is this and this, really, from what I understand. And register and unregister, right? If we compare it to falling mode, yeah, on generate move, on simulation tick, process landed. That's interesting. Register, unregistered. But they did implement the capture final state. Is it a part of base movement? No, it isn't. And I don't know what it does. Let's look into flying mode. How they implemented that. They just did on generate move, on simulation tick, just as I would expect from the base. Okay, so I have like 20 minutes. We can dig a little deeper into the code of, okay, creating vehicle kart via blueprints with the mover component sucks ass. Don't do it. Not recommended. I might update the thumbnail for this stream to be like, just don't. Don't do it via blueprints, right? And if you know how to do it way better than I did, and just with blueprints, without your own movement mode, please leave a comment below. Or hop on my Discord. We have a Discord for this channel. Here you are. And you can share how you did it on Discord without any of the bullshit that I landed on here. So like flying mode only has this and that. Okay, but let's look at like flying mode. Generate move. What do they do here? What would I need to do? Because what I would need to do is basically, hey, just this is my velocity and this is my orientation, go, right? They get mover component, they get character inputs, etc., right? They get delta seconds. Move input type. I have no idea what any of this means. Rotator, intended orientation. Then they do it, and this is a out proposed move, right? Turning rate. Looks simple enough. Then they on simulation tick do something. They get the updated component. Get some data. Mover default sync state. Okay. They are invalidating last flow results and last flow found dynamic movement based. They are proposing some direction intent, starting orientation, target orientation. Angular that's the thing. I would love to get angular velocity in the blueprints. If I could just do angular velocity in there for the proposed move, that would be great. But proposed move, I guess, is in blueprint. Make proposed move. Angular velocity. And can I just mix in proposed move? If that would be the case, then I kind of already answered my own question of how to do it better. Move. Q next movement mode. Q next layered move. No. Doesn't look that way. There's like Q layered move, but I cannot just hook. Are you serious? F layered move base? No, but it has to work with F layered move base, not proposed move. Right? Yeah, it is different. It won't compile. It compiled? Are you kidding me? I was... Okay, let's turn all of that shit off. If that is true, then I could just... Where did I even... Where was I? Ah, here. Let's take this and put this here. If that is true... Then I am crazy. Yeah, fuck all that noise. I just want to start seeing... any kind of turning movement. Yeah, let's give it angular velocity of 30 degrees per second. Fuck that. No. Ain't happening. Nothing happens. I can do that, but nothing will happen. Yep. Okay, so I got excited for a hot second here, but... but not really. Too bad. And I wonder why. Probably the cast didn't work in a great way. Or maybe it did, I don't know. Oh yeah, actually, let's see the log, output log. Clear log, play. No, nothing. Superbly interesting, I gotta say. Okay, but let's get back to the C++. Right, flying mode. They're creating this proposed move. That's where they are actually creating the proposed move that I just did in a second. Wait, I kinda got... Oh yeah, try to save move updated component. And then if it is valid, try to slide along the surface. Capture final state. Final state is final location, final velocity, and shit like that. It doesn't seem complicated to add new driving mode. But I'll be honest, the thing that angers me a little bit is that what I did is basically the same as creating my own movement mode. Like all of that probably will be the exact same. It will be a copy paste. Just character inputs, orientation. I'm willing to take an additional bet with y'all. Look at this. I could probably do all of that without even queuing layered move. And here. I could most probably just go with that. Put it into produce input. And wait a second. Ah yeah, of course. That is only if acceleration was being held. If it was being held, let's create a sequence. Yeah, let's break it right now because I'm quite sure. Or maybe not a sequence. I just need to... There's this. I need this move input. But this is this a velocity? But I'm not sure if the orientation intent will be then still valid. But still, let's calculate the final acceleration. Oh my god, it looks like S. Yeah, then receive, you know, no input command, right? Calculate this, calculate that. Then take this sub-step, multiply it by why can't you okay, to float 1000, and that is your move input. In my opinion, if it's not 0, I think it might work, and I could not use any of this. Let's see. Yep. So we might not even use the make layered move linear velocity. And it actually works a little bit better. No, it actually works faulty. Oh no, it actually works okay. Huh, okay, so another lesson is if you're trying to create, you know, some specific movement, you don't need to you don't have to use layered move. You can just go about this in the roundabout way with the input command when you're creating your default inputs and then putting it into input command and then hoping that your movement mode will interpret it correctly. So even if I were to attempt making my own movement mode, I would still have to think about character inputs. So I would still have to write my produce input method in such a way that it would collect the data that I need, and I could unpack it here and create proposed move in here. And the proposed move always comes with the orientation intent, velocity orientation, etc, etc. Acceleration. Yeah, so there's that. So when you are creating your own custom movement mode, you need to think about your inputs. And I wonder if you can create your own like input so you won't have to use that. Yeah, because I can imagine I'm creating a spaceship with completely weird as fucking controls. None of this might make sense for me if I were using mover component. Right? So we can bump up our acceleration a little bit, like 2 times for, oh my god, that's not what I wanted, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to multiply it. And then play. The problem with that method, instead of using make Q layered move, is that right now I'm bound by max speed of settings in mover component. So I have to go in here and go like, no, it will be this. And the acceleration will be this. And it still doesn't work. So right now you have to figure out, okay, what are our max, you know, max settings, etc, etc. So after all these experiments, I cannot recommend it. I cannot recommend using mover plugin for vehicles, I'll be honest. Wee wee. Oh, it sticks to the ground perfectly. Another thing that is stupid in here. And instantly, 0 velocity. Yeah, so I would say do not use mover component. Even if you were to create your own movement mode in here, you still have to conform by the input commands and those default inputs, put it into params, propose move. You don't have as much control of it as you would differently. So instead, I would take a look what ISAM75 was talking about with network physics component. Or the modular vehicle, because I haven't really used that at all, ever. There is something like this, network physics component. I never used it, so I cannot comment too much on it. Am I in H? Yes, I am in H. Where is it? Network proxy. Where is the component itself? Physics callback, physics system. Network physics component to add to actors opponents that control their physics simulations through applying inputs and should support networking through physics resimulation. That seems like a better choice to explore. There's also something called modular vehicle. I haven't used it at all, so I have no idea what it is. This is some plugin, actually. I might. Chaos modular vehicle exam. Yeah, hell fucking yeah. Let's turn that on. There are examples there. Sure. Let's try that. Why not? Let's see at the end of the stream. Maybe this will be the topic of the next stream. Because mover component experiment, I have to say, not worth it at all. Not worth it at all. But at least we know, right? At least we know right now. I spent 4 hours trying to do this. The mover component is awesome for all the character based things for sure, or some pawns, blocks, whatever that is simulated in a similar-ish to character ways, like, or moving platforms, etc. Awesome, right? But unless Epic shows the way of how you could do it for the vehicles, I wouldn't use it at all. So yeah, experimented, ended with the result of failure. Kart movement with the mover component is not that great. But let's quickly take a peek into the examples from the modular vehicles, and that is something that we might explore on the next stream. I had a couple of things in the, in the pipeline for the future streams. I want to get back to my bow and arrow game at some point. I want to also get back maybe to this Meta Sounds beat generator. We will see. But also this interests me as well. Let's see. Chaos modular vehicles. Chaos. Modular vehicles. Examples. Okay. There are no maps. What the hell? Yeah, there are levels. Flat, test level, basic. Okay, let's turn that on. Oh, it is flat. And what happens here? Okay, and it doesn't work from the get-go. I'm pressing right trigger, nothing happens. I'm pressing VU, nothing happens. Let's spawn a different vehicle, maybe. What the flying fuck? Oh my god, those cars are breaking apart. What the hell is going on? There's like a plane. What the hell? But how do I control this shit? Okay, nothing works here, but it looks awesome. Okay, and let's play here. Why does input not work? So while in theory it looks cool to have this flying car and shit, my inputs don't work. So I cannot even see if that's something cool or not. It might be completely unusable right now. Yeah, we have, like, I see some modular vehicles created in here. Like, there's this one with 6 freaking tires. Each one is its own scene component with the object type destructible. That's interesting. Cluster union vehicle component. Oh my god, there's the whole pawn for that stuff. Okay, I'm not sure if it will be the next stream on the next Sunday, but it looks very interesting. I need to, you know, see if it's even in such state that we could take a look at it, right? Because maybe the input's not working is a sign that it's not meant to be working yet. Maybe it's a 5.6 thing or something like this. Or maybe just inputs are not binded. But they are. I see it. Vehicle mapping, throttle. There is. I'm moving camera. And yet my inputs don't work. Nothing like debugging the Yep, but the inputs haven't binded properly or something because oh no, actually it does break and I have a value of it. Yeah, probably I could debug it, why it doesn't work, etc. Or maybe there's some other problem in here. But at least I see that, yeah, there is an input in here. What does that do? Input, oh my god, another input producer. Buffer input, etc. Okay, this is like a whole new world. Modular vehicles. And they look, no. They look kinda cool. What is going on? Whoa. We have something like this. We have something like this. Are there any more? No, and they break apart. Woo! Okay. Okay. So, to conclude everything, Mover 2.0, making any kind of vehicle requires a lot of work, a lot of more like taking the typical formulas for super basic kart movement, arcade movement, and working them around the mover component, input commands, etc, etc, etc. I don't think it is worth it to go about that way. And I don't think I will revisit making any kind of vehicle in mover. But I want to take a look at modular vehicle system. First of all, why my inputs are not working. Second of all, what the hell is this, etc, etc. So with that beautiful picture, Yay! Woo! That actually looks quite nice. Breaking and shit. And we can see chaos physics completely breaking apart. Yeah. Yeah. So that is a topic that I want to put in the pipeline for the future stream. And with that, it was nice, awesome Sunday morning and early afternoon with y'all. I hope you have a rest of the day super nice as well. And the future week, I hope it will be great for y'all. And with that, I bid you adieu. And I hope to see you guys on the next stream. Bye bye.